There is Ashwathama has shoot a Brahmastra. So he shot, this is the second time he shoots the Brahmastra. So he shoots an Brahmastra towards the Pandavas as well as Brahmastra towards the womb of Mother Uttara. So she runs towards Krishna, and then Krishna actually took a vow in the battlefield of Kurukshetra. He is never going to lift any kind of weapons. But because of his Bhakta Vatsala nature, he wants to break his vow and protect his devotees. So Krishna, he releases his Sudarshan Chakra. Over here you can see in this picture very nicely, the Pandavas are trying themselves to counteract the Brahmastra. But it is impossible because it's such a powerful weapon that it can be counteracted by their weapons. In order to counteract the Brahmastra, which was in the 7th chapter, first time when Ashwathama released Brahmastra, Krishna told him a method to counteract the Brahmastra. So he said, you need to release another Brahmastra to counteract that. But in this case, Krishna didn't even wait. He just released his Sudarshan Chakra. You can see over here, beautiful picture. So this is the way he externally saved the Pandavas. Now, Maharaj Parikshit is in the womb of Mother Uttara. So he wanted to save him. So in order to just zoom in. Yeah. So Krishna himself, Krishna is Paramatma, right? He is everywhere. So he is inside the womb of Mother Uttara. Still, he himself goes inside and he protects the womb of Mother Uttara. And actually it is said in Bhagavatam in the 3rd canto will come that, Parikshit was almost killed, So Krishna gave him a new body. So after this episode of saving Maharaj Parikshit, and there was a reason to save Maharaj Parikshit because Bhagavatam was supposed to be spoken to him. Bhagavatam was supposed to be given to all of us through Maharaj Parikshit. So Krishna made sure that he himself takes charge and breaks all his promise to protect the womb of Mother Uttara and save Maharaj Parikshit. So this is how he displays his Bhakta Vatsala nature. After that, what happens is, it's again for Krishna time to go back to Dwarka, So at that time, Mother Kunti, she offers a glorious prayers. These prayers are titled as Prayers of Queen Kunti. Now in Srimad Bhagavatam there are so many prayers, so I have just listed few of them up to 10. Some devotee has compiled those prayers into a nice document. And I have put a link over here for all those prayers. So these are like 25 prayers listed in Srimad Bhagavatam, and all of them are glorious. However, the first significant prayer that occurs in the first canto is the prayers of Queen Kunti, which is the 3rd prayer. So first prayer is by Vyasdev, 1.1.1, 2 and 3. And then Arjuna prays in the 7th, just before this chapter, in the 7th chapter, he offers his prayer. When did he offer his prayer? When the Brahmastra was released by Ashwathama. This is the consciousness of a devotee. Before taking any action, he actually offers a prayers. So 22 to 25. So he offers a prayer, he seeks blessings of Lord Krishna. He got that time to offer prayer even at that moment. So this is a very short prayer by Arjuna. But in the 8th chapter where Mother Kunti, she prays, and then there are 26 verses. It's a very elaborate prayers. So it is impossible to discuss in next 35 minutes. I will give a synopsis of those prayers. And each of the prayers are so wonderful, Harivansa Prabhu, in one of our Bhagavatam initial discussions, Harivansa Prabhu took 3 classes of 2.5 hours each to just go through the prayers. So it's so deep. So here my attempt will be to just give a summary of the prayers, and then also I have one desire that all of us should read the purports given by our predecessor acharyas, especially Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. So I'll go through a couple of those uh, purports of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur to give you a little taste. So then you can continue yourself to read those purports and relish, because Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur is our Rasika Acharya. So he puts all the rasa in whatever discussion is going on. We can just read those verses. However, there is a lot of things going on behind those prayers. Shri Radha Nil Madhav ki jai, Shri Shri Gonitai ki jai, Jagannath Baldev Subhadra Maharani ki jai, Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki jai, Chandra Singh Dev Bhagavan ki jai. So we continue with the discussion of the prayers of Queen Kunti. So there are 6 sections, as you can see, and I'll share those PowerPoints with all of you. So these are 6 sections. The prayers begin from verse 18 to verse 43. And each group of verses has a certain theme. Right? So the first theme, which is 18 to 20, is about knowing the Lord. Right? So first of all, Mother Kunti, she offers her obeisances and let the readers know. Actually, this is her prayer. But in future, all of us are going to read these prayers. So she is, in her obeisances itself, she is indicating to whom she is paying the obeisances. What is the personality, right? Who is that personality? So I'll read the first one. Konte vacha namasye purusham tvadyam ishwaram prakrite param alakshya sarva bhutanam antarbahir avastitam. So Kunti Maharani says, "O Krishna, I offer my obeisances unto you because you are the original personality of Godhead, and unaffected by the qualities of the material world, you are existing both within and without everything. Yet you are inside as well as you are outside. Yet you are invisible to all." So now Srila Prabhupada has, in the first canto, first chapter, first verse, purport, he is actually inspiring us to read the purports given by our predecessor acharyas. And I wanted to bring up that point, that Srila Prabhupada wanted us to do that. So towards the end of the first canto, first chapter, first verse, Srila Prabhupada says that within past 500 years, many erudite scholars like acharyas like Jiva Goswami, Sanatan Goswami, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Vallabhacharya, and many other distinguished scholars, even after the time of Lord Chaitanya, made elaborate commentaries on Srimad Bhagavatam. In fact, Srimad Bhagavatam has maximum number of commentaries. So Srila Prabhupada says, tell us that, and a serious student would do well to attempt to go through them and better release the transcendental message. The time period which Srila Prabhupada had, he could only address certain things, and mostly he focused on the tattva. In certain verses, he focuses on rasa part of it also. So, however, we'll just see how Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur gives the purport to this particular verse. So, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur writes, understanding everything that Krishna had done recently. So what recently happened? Ashwatthama shoots the arrow, and then Krishna jumps and protects the devotees. So this was just a very tense moment, just few minutes back, this thing happened. So Kunti was unable to tolerate the agitation caused by the great respect that arose in her heart. If somebody is trying to protect us, definitely our heart will be overwhelmed with respect. And Kunti Maharani knew who Krishna is, because the prayer indicates that. So she had a lot of love as well as great respect. It's two things together, simultaneously happening in her heart. Thus she began praising Krishna. So she says, she offers that prayer to Krishna, right? Namaste Purusham Adyam. So Krishna this is a conversation that is going on between Krishna and Mother Kunti. So Krishna is saying, you are offering me such a great prayers, but I am your nephew, right? I'm younger to you. Why are you offering respects to me? So Kunti Devi says, but you are the Supreme Lord, Purusham. So this word, each word he is going to, the meaning of each word he is going to indicate over here. Of course, I am Purusha. You're like your son are Purusha. I am also Purusha. Pandavas are Purusha. There are many Purushas over here. I am also Purusha. I am also a man. There is no doubt about that. But then Kunti Maharani says, you are the first one. You are the Adyam. You are the Adi Purush. So Krishna continues, well, all bodies come and go, right? All souls are original. They are all Adya. Everyone is eternal, right? Isn't it? But then she says, no, but you are the Supreme. You are Ishvara. Oh, Ishvara means demigod. Krishna is talking in that term. Oh, in Swarga, Indra, the moon god, and on the earth, kings are all controllers. They are all Ishvaras. But then she says, no, but you are the superior to the Prakriti. They are inferior to Prakriti. They are within the three modes, but you are superior to the three modes. So now Krishna is asking, am I the Purusha within Paramatma? Then she is saying, no, you are imperceptible, alakshyam. The Paramatma is subject to revelation by the use of intelligence and other means. But you are alakshyam. Then Krishna is saying, am I imperceptible Brahman? Am I Brahman? Then she is saying, no, you are situated internally as well as externally. Antar Bahir Avasthitam. Right? So this way, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur is a Rasika Acharya. So his presentation to this verse is, he could see, the Acharyas could see the pastimes. They have the Shakti which is invested in them by Krishna. By that Shakti, they can actually enter into the pastime. They could enter into the minds of the devotees. And from their experience, what they are hearing, they write down these commentaries. So therefore, it is important for us to read those commentaries to relish the Rasika side of it. He is a Rasika Acharya. In the next verse, Mother Kunti says, and I'll read like only couple of verses, then rest we'll just summarize. Maya javanika chandam agnadokshajam avyayam nalakshe mudadrisha nato natyo dharo yatha. So she is saying that you are covered by the curtain of Maya beyond the senses, invisible, just as an actor that is not recognized. So there is a curtain which covers Krishna. That's what she is saying. Therefore you are, and that curtain of Maya which is covering is not Mahamaya. That's a curtain of Yoga Maya. Krishna covers himself in Bhagavad Gita also. He mentions that by the Yoga Maya potency I cover myself and I am unseen to the others. So here she is recognizing the same fact that you are beyond the range of limited sense perception. Our senses cannot perceive Krishna. So this is the place where she begins talking about the inconceivable nature of Krishna, which actually bewilders even great souls. In fact, it bewilders only the great souls. People like us think we understand Krishna. But there is a discussion in Uddhava, right now we are reading third canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, where Uddhava, and a discussion between Uddhava and Vidura is going on. And Uddhava mentions the same thing, that your pastimes, your birth, your activities, this bewilders intelligent person actually. So like couple of weeks back we discussed this point, and I'm going to discuss the same point over here about the inconceivable nature of Krishna's pastime. So here Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, again a very nice purport has been presented. So we need to understand there is a conversation. Of course, Kunti Devi is offering her prayers to Krishna directly, but there is a conversation going on within those prayers. And that is what he is trying to bring up. And this goes on till the last verse. Right? However, I am going to only point out the few verses. So, since internally you protected the child in the womb of Uttara, and externally you protect us by being near us, should I understand that you are all pervading? This is the question that is going her in her mind. Right? I do not know. Now she is putting both sides of the arguments, and then she is saying that I really don't know what is it is. You only know. You only know your pastime for what reason you are performing. It is all those pastimes which you are performing is always bewildering to all great devotees. That's what she is indicating. That is what is expressed in this verse. That's what Krishna Chakravarti Thakur is saying. So Kunti Devi is praying that you are covered by the curtain Javanika, Maya Javanika Channam. Right? You are covered by the curtain of Maya. Then Krishna is saying jokingly, does Maya covers me? Right? She is saying that you are covered by Maya. So Krishna is asking, that means Maya is covering me. No, she is saying, no. It's not like that. So she says that it is like the fool who thinks that the sun is covered by a cloud. So she gives a very good example. Like, a lot of times actually, we may sometimes think that the sun is very small, right? And clouds can cover the sun. Right? Even my eyes can cover the sun. If I put a $1 coin or something in front of my eyes, it is covering the sun, isn't it? So is it that understanding? Can a cloud, a piece of or cloud, can it cover the sun? Sun is huge. Right? It is our vision that is getting covered, not the sun. Sun is never covered. I see you as covered because my vision is covered by Maya. So my vision is covered by Maya, not yours. So it's like the cloud is the layer, which is the other side of the cloud is me, and that is covering that cloud is covering my vision. So that side which is covering me is Mahamaya. And the other side is Krishna, and Krishna is covering himself with Yogamaya. So there is like two layers of covering, isn't it? Because you are beyond the sense knowledge, adokshajam, sense knowledge, aksajam jnanam, is situated below you, adha. I do not have the power to contact you, since my knowledge arises from my senses, like the knowledge of a fool. But even if despicable people like me do not know you, there is no loss for you actually. Even if the people on the material world, they don't know, there is no loss for Krishna. Right? You remain unaffected by this. That is why she is using the term avyayam. So now Krishna is saying that you are saying that you don't know me, but you are offering wonderful prayers. And whatever you are praying is indicating that you kind of know me actually. Right? So Krishna is saying, but you see me directly and you are praising me. Right? You know that I am beyond Prakriti. Then why do you criticize yourself as being ignorant? Right? And this is a natural question that can come, right? So she gives a brilliant answer, which is the answer which she gives. She gives the example of the performance that is happening on a stage. Right? Now, somebody who doesn't know Bharatnatyam, right? And then they are invited to go to Arangetram, right? And then they sit in the audience, and then the performer, they come, they dance for 2-3 hours, and everybody is clapping, so I am also clapping. But really, I don't understand what's going on. All the mudras they are doing, I really don't understand, right? What's going on? Because everybody is clapping, that's why I'm clapping, right? So this is what is the situation of the picture which you saw earlier, right? People who are sitting in the audience, they are seeing Krishna. However, they are actually not seeing Krishna. Pashyanapi na pashyati. Though they see, they are not able to see Krishna. So that's what she is saying over here. Though the dancer is endowed with rhythm and dance steps suitable to the rasa, the ignorant spectators which is somebody sitting in the crowd, and they don't understand Bharatnatyam. What they do, the ignorant spectator, ignorant of the scriptures delineating the performance, sees only dancer dancing. They are only saying that, oh, they are moving hands, they are moving the head, like those, or legs. Though he sees, he does not really see. Pashyan apina sat pashyati. Because he doesn't understand what is the steps, what are the mudras, what is the rasa, what is going on in the stage. The word tatha, similarly, should be understood from the context. Though you protect the Pandavas, your devotees, since you are the soul within all of us constantly, you personally contracted a weapon of Aswathama meant for killing the Pandavas. Though you promised not to use weapons, so this was the bewildering thing, that he promised, I'm not going to do this. But then he broke his promise. That's a Bhakta Vatsala nature of Krishna. Though you promised not to use weapons, you took up a weapon. Though you protect the righteous, you had Bhishma and other righteous person destroyed. Bhishma should not be killed because he was righteous. But then Krishna had a plan. No, he should go through that. He should go through that suffering. Though you are most affectionate to Draupadi and Subhadra, you let their son be killed. So sometime you protect, sometime you let them kill. So this is bewildering. This is a bewildering thing which intelligent devotee would realize. This is what actually Uddhava is saying. So a normal devotee would say, oh, I understand Krishna's pastime. Krishna is lifting Govardhan hill, right? I understand that. But for an intelligent devotee, that is bewildering. That means something is missing, right? What is really missing? So we are going to discuss that point. I don't know the truth about your pastimes. She is saying that. I don't understand your pastimes. So this part we discussed like few weeks back in our Bhagavatam class, that the pastimes of Krishna are inconceivable. We have to accept it. But however, when we read the pastimes of the 10th canto, it feels, oh, this is very conceivable to me. In fact, Srila Sukadeva Goswami in the end of 5th canto is saying that the technical sections of Srimad Bhagavatam is easy to understand. Now when we go through those technical sections, we feel, is it easy? No, not at all. More than 75% of the things we don't understand actually. But anyway, even if we theoretically understand the technical sections, still he is saying that Krishna's pastimes are even more difficult to understand. But our realization is what? Oh, Krishna's pastime. We enjoy those pastimes really. But there has to be some reason, right? Because these pastimes are inconceivable in nature, right? So Mayavadis, what they say? Mayavadis will say, this is illusion. So they will reject Krishna's pastimes as illusion. Now one pastime of birth, Krishna's appearance in this material world, which even Mother Kunti, she prays in the later section. She brings up this point. So she says that, your appearance, you are one who takes birth as well as you have no birth. Right? So you take birth as well as you have no birth. So how do you take birth and how you appear to be having no birth? This is a question that can be asked, right? So here, a devotee will accept that Krishna takes birth as well as Krishna is not taking birth. He will accept both. And he will also accept that it is inconceivable in nature. So how does he take birth? He is explained like, he is appearing in the family of Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda Mai. So he is taking birth. Right? How doesn't he take birth? So his birth is not same as our birth. This is the point. That he is not taking birth as well as simultaneously is taking birth. Both is happening. So how he is not taking birth means that his birth is not same as the way I take birth in material world. Because when I take birth in material world, it means that I have to have a material body, Hare Krishna. Right? Now Krishna's body is not material. Right? Then in order to take that body, I need to have karma. If I don't have karma, I will not take the body. Right? Now Krishna doesn't have any karma. Namam karmani limpati. Right? He's saying that. So I don't have any karma. Krishna doesn't have birth, death, old age and disease, which I have. I have to go through that, right? Now, helplessness. This is a big factor. I am helpless when I'm taking birth, in the sense that I don't have any choice. What gender will I get? What color will I get of my skin? Which side, which country will I take birth? Who are my parents? I don't have any control of this. Krishna chooses. I want to come in this family. These are my parents. This is my skin color. Everything he chooses everything. So therefore, his birth in this material world is not same as my birth. Right? So therefore, it is no birth. Right? At the same time, he takes birth. Right? So this is bewildering. This is bewildering to the devotees. So that is bewildering in the sense it is inconceivable to my tiny brain. So devotees accept both his janma as well as his not janma. Now, how do we accept these things? This is it is purely on one thing, that is faith. Right? I have faith in the acharyas, I have faith in the statements of the scriptures. Therefore, I accept what is given in the scriptures, and I accept, Krishna is taking birth. Whatever statement has been given for Krishna, like he is lifting Govardhan hill, so I accept it. On the basis of what? Faith. So this faith is the driving factor, and because of this faith, when Krishna is doing some inconceivable activities, actually that is generating a lot of affection for me towards Krishna. My Krishna is doing this. At the same time, when the non-devotees, they hear this, what do? They reject that. When they hear about inconceivable things about Krishna, they reject that and they call it as a myth. So this is the difference between devotee and a non-devotee. Though they don't understand, the pastimes are inconceivable to them, but that still generates a lot of love, affection for Krishna. Instead of considering that, this is just a story. My Lord can do this. Like the cobbler, right? The cobbler was told that Krishna is passing an elephant to the eye of a needle. Right? He said, oh, wow. But Brahmana could not understand. So what was the difference? The difference was the faith. So this is what we have to work towards, cultivating our faith towards Krishna. And that can only happen by the practice of the pure devotional service which our acharyas have given to them. We have to go through that Ado Shraddha, Sadhu Sangha, Bhajana Kriya. And the most important thing that plays the part is the association of like-minded devotees. In association, our faith can increase leaps and bounds. If we don't have association of devotees, Sangha of devotees, it doesn't happen. The faith doesn't cultivate in that way. So this was a point I wanted to bring over here. Then Queen Kunti, she prays that you descend to propagate the Bhakti Yoga. To whom? To three kinds of devotees. One is the Muninam, Amala Atmanam, and then you also come to, descend to propagate Bhakti Yoga to the Paramahamsanam. But I am not Muni or anything like that. I am not a Paramahamsa. I am just a simple lady, So she is saying, Katham Pashyame Histriya. I am a simple lady. How can I really understand? So this shows her humility. Right? She understands everything. At the same time, she is saying that I am not as elevated as the Paramahamsas or the Munis. Therefore, whatever prayers I am offering you is coming from my heart. Please accept it. So this is the first section, that is 18 to 20. The next section is, after offering obeisances, she is saying that I am so fortunate. I am so fortunate to have your association. So then she goes through verse 21 to 25 to indicates that I am fortunate, and then she gives many, many examples to show that how she is fortunate. So this is a very beautiful prayer. So let's read together. Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devaki Nandanaya Cha Nandagopa Kumaraya Govindaya Namo Namaha. Now in this prayer it appears that these are just names of Krishna she is chanting. However, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur again, he brings up the beautiful points. So he says that among first is Krishnaya Vasudevaya. Then next is Devakinandanaya. So he makes a gradation. So he's saying that among all the avatars, you are the best. Though all those who have prema, so all these devotees, they have prema, right? Among all those who have prema are fortunate, and my brother Vasudev is the most fortunate. So all those who have prema are fortunate, but among all those, my brother Vasudev is most fortunate. Now, normally when we hear the term most fortunate, most this means that's a superlative. Now today you will see in most there are again categories. Right? So she is saying that among my brother Vasudev is the most fortunate since you have selected him as your father. Right? That is the significance of the word Vasudeva, son of Vasudeva. But then she says, even more fortunate than my brother Vasudeva is Devaki. Right? So and your mother endowed with even more prema. So prema, normally we hear the term prema. In prema again there is gradation. This is the thing Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur wanted to explain us. That even prema there are gradations. It's not like everybody has the same prema. Like many years ago, the way I understand it, Mukundatta Prabhu, he gave a very wonderful example that many devotees come to Mangalarti. Now the consciousness of all the devotees who are present during the Mangalarti time, it's different. If Srila Prabhupada's disciple is standing here, their consciousness is way here. Now all are attending Mangalarti, right? So he gave that example, it just stuck in my mind. So similarly, everybody has prema, but within that there is gradation. There is higher and lower, So he is saying that higher than the prema of Vasudev is Devaki's prema. Her prema is more. So she is most fortunate. Again, more fortunate than Vasudeva. And your mother endowed with even more prema is the most fortunate. And you made her more successful than all others by situating yourself in her womb alone. Thus, Kunti addressed Krishna as Devakinandana. Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devakinandanaya cha. Right? Yeah. So Devakinandana. He who gives joy to Devaki. Then he is saying, higher than that is Nanda Maharaj. So Nanda endowed with more prema is most fortunate. Again, everywhere it's most fortunate is used. You let him alone experience the sweetness of your infant, Kumara. Kumara. So there are 3 stages, right? So there are the stages, I have put it over here. The Kumara stage is 1 year to 5 years. It lasts until the age of 5. Then the next 5 years is Poganda. Right? And 5 to 10 is Poganda, and 10 to 15 is Keshora. Right? So here he is saying that Nanda, endowed with more prema, is most fortunate. You let him alone experience the sweetness of your infant Kumara pastimes. Nanda Gopa Kumaraya. Then she is saying that Yashoda is even more fortunate than Nanda Maharaj. But she doesn't point out here. She will have a special verse for her, 31st verse. That is just praising Yashoda Mata, Mother Yashoda. Yashoda with abundant prema is the most fortunate. This will be explained in verse 31. Then Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur continues, and he says that the supreme most fortunate. I could only come up with that word. supreme most fortunate are the gopis of Vrindavan. However, she doesn't name them directly. She is just using the term Govindaya Namo Namaha. So who is Govinda? Then Vishwanath Chakra Thakur clarifies over here. The pastimes of your Kaishora age have even more sweetness than the Kumara pastimes. Thus, Kunti Devi addresses Krishna as Govinda. Krishna got the name Govinda at the beginning of his Kaishora age. At that age, he got that name. When did he get that name Govinda? The name Govinda at the beginning of Kaishora age, after he bathed the Surabhi cow. So there is a pastime of Krishna bathing the Surabhi cow. After that, Krishna was given the name of Govinda. The enjoyer of this form, means Govinda form, are the gopis. The enjoyer of this form of Krishna are not mentioned because of their extraordinary nature. The esoteric nature of this love and the lack of qualification of others to taste that but love. Therefore, Govinda is not, gopis have not been disclosed over here. Like Srimati Radharani is not disclosed in Srimad Bhagavatam at all, right? Or the Ashtagopis, Ashtashakis of Krishna, right? Or Radharani, they are not mentioned because these are inner secret. Only our acharyas reveal those things in their purport. Like Srila Rupa Goswami talks about Krishna appearing in Vrindavan. He takes birth in Vrindavan also, right? So that is only revealed by Rupa Goswami, not in any other scripture. Not even Bhagavatam doesn't. This is Amala Puranam. Still it doesn't reveal those kind of inner pastimes. Like people can see, like Buckingham Palace, you go to London, you can see the buildings from outside. But the inner chambers, there are some passages through which you can exit if there is some calamities. Those are not known to everybody. Those are hidden from everybody. Similarly, these pastimes of Krishna are very much hidden. But our acharyas are so merciful that they reveal those to us. Namo Pankajanaಭಾಯ Nama Pankajamaline Nama Pankajanetraya Namaste Pankajangraye. So she is offering prayers to Krishna. My respectful obeisances. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Whose abdomen is marked with depression like lotus flower, who is always decorated with garlands of lotus flowers, whose glance is as cool as the lotus, and whose feet are engraved with lotuses. So everything lotus. I'll quickly go through this. Now, because in this section she is talking about, she is feeling fortunate. So she is remembering the pastimes where she was protected. Not only her, but even Devaki and Vasudev, he protected them in the prison, and then he killed Kamsa and then he released them from the prison. So she is feeling that protection. Not only you protected Devaki and Vasudev, my brother, but you several times protected all my sons and myself. So that is the next verse. And then in this 24th verse, she continues to describe where the protections were given to them, right? And then she mentions like how you protected Bhima, then how you protected us from the Lakshagraha, and then many other. You used your chakra. Your chakra was always protecting us. So that's what she mentioned in this prayer. In the next verse, she says something which is the height of the prayer. She is saying these dangers are actually blessings to me, right? And I remember sitting in Gauranga Prabhu's class, and he was talking about this prayer. He said only she can pray. Don't try to even pray for this kind of things. That Lord, please put me in danger so that I can remember you, right? We will not able to handle these things. So we have to read and appreciate. You just have to read and appreciate the mood of the devotees. So here she is saying that whenever the dangers have come to my life, that was the greatest form of blessing. Why? Because at that time you are always with me, protecting me. Yeah. I wish all those calamities would happen again and again so that we could see you again and again. For seeing you means that you have no longer seen repeated birth and death. So this is the second section, verse 21 to 25, where Kunti Maharani expressing about how fortunate she is. And then she talks about what is the qualification to approach the Supreme Lord. Who can actually approach the Supreme Lord? So the term which is she uses akinchara. First she says that who cannot approach you with sincere feelings. And then she says who can. So she is saying, she starts with the negative, saying that these are the people who cannot approach her. So somebody who has a lot of wealth, right? Those who are one with the path of material progress, trying to improve himself with respectable parentage, Janma, Aishwarya, Shuta, Shri, Bhir, right? So these are the terms. Janma, Aishwarya, Shuta, Shri, Bhir, Edaman, Madah, Punan, Naivar, Hati, Abhidhatum, Vai, Tvam, Akinchara, Gocharam. So one who is on the path of material progress, trying to improve himself with respectable parentage, great opulence, high education and bodily beauty, cannot approach you with sincere feeling. They cannot, because they are in the intoxication mood of all enjoying all these opulences, intoxicated with the opulences. Once you are intoxicated with the opulences, you cannot think about Krishna. False security, exactly. And then she talks about that how you are the property of materially impoverished. Those who don't have anything, for them you are everything. Then she praises the Lord as that, Lord, you are the eternal time, you are the supreme controller without beginning and end, and you are all pervasive in this next verse. And in the next section she talks about the Lord's nature is inconceivable and bewildering, and we already covered that how the pastimes of the Lord are inconceivable and bewildering. And then she's mentioning that no one can understand you. Your partiality is unimagined, or it cannot be imagined, right? Lord, and then she's talking in this 29th verse about Lord's human form like pastimes, Nara Leela. Right? Among all the Leelas of the Lord, this is the highest form of Leela, according to the Rasa. Nara Leela is the highest form. Now it is even said that the pastimes in this material world are even higher than the pastimes of the spiritual world. Why? Because Krishna appears, takes birth here. Over there, Krishna doesn't take birth. Right? So the Acharya says like that. That pastimes in this material world are even higher. So Lord performs these human-like pastimes. These are so misleading. Sometimes, people, they envy, and then sometimes they imagine you are partial. Sometimes they say they are doing favor. So depending on the experience the devotees have, they name you with different tags, right? However, we know that you are totally impartial. Then she talks about the birth, right? Birth and activities are bewildering. So all these Leelas, she is talking about that. Then she comes to the 31st verse about Damodar Leela, where we see a beautiful picture of Mother Yashoda, and this is a very celebrated pastimes. We celebrate it for 30 days at least, and then she describes that pastime that Yashoda took up a rope to bind you when you committed an offense, and your perturbed eyes overflowing with tears, which washed the mascara of your eyes, and you were afraid, though fear personified is afraid of you. You feel afraid, you started crying, tears are coming through your eyes. Actually, Krishna is crying. Acharya says about this, that, and this is why it is bewildering. He is not, let's say I know that I am sitting on an audience and seeing somebody crying on a stage. I know this guy is acting, isn't it? So I'm not affected by that. But if we know that no, he's not acting, he is really crying, so then it becomes bewildering. So that is what she is saying here, that you really were afraid. It's not that you are acting. And that is, Uddhava also says the same thing, that you really were not acting actually. I could see that from your expressions, I could feel it. So therefore it's bewildering. That the sight is bewildering to me. This sight is bewildering to me. That's what she is saying. Then the next set of verses 32 to 36 is talking about, she is saying that people give different opinions why you appear on this world. Some say you come for this reason, some say you come for that reason. But real reason nobody knows actually. You only know your plans, right? You are only aware of your plans. So she says that different opinions about Krishna's appearance. Right? Some say that you are the unborn is born for the glorification of the pious kings. Others say that you are born to please King Yadu, one of your dearest devotee. You appear in his family as a sandalwood appears in the Malaya hill. Right? So Krishna chooses, and therefore that, like sandalwood has chosen, or we cannot say like that, but the example she is giving, sandalwood has chosen that place to grow. Therefore Malabar has become famous. Similarly, Yadu dynasty became famous because Krishna chose to appear there. So because he, like the other example is, because Krishna is wearing those ornaments, the ornaments are glorified. Normally the ornament beautify that person, but because Krishna is wearing that, the ornaments get beautified. Then she's talking about that how you saved, you came to save Mother Devaki and Vasudeva from the prison house. Then another set of devotees, they give an opinion that you come because you want to help Lord Brahma, to perform his duty and those kind of things. So this kind of opinions are given by different people, different opinions. And yet another set of devotees, they said you appear to rejuvenate the devotional service or bhakti, remembering the worship, so that the sufferings of because once somebody engages in the bhakti yoga process, then they can end their sufferings. So you come to establish the process of devotional service. And then she glorifies this potency of devotional service. She says that this bhakti is so glorified. So those who continuously hear, chant and repeat your transcendental activities or take pleasure in doing so certainly sees your lotus feet, which alone can stop the repetition of birth and death. So she glorifies the potency of devotional service. And then comes the last section, which is about appeal for more association. So she glorified, she offered very nice prayers. She is saying your pastimes are bewildering, and I am so fortunate to have your association. So after that, she wants continual association of the Supreme Lord. So for that, she puts one section where she is indicating, Krishna, please continue to give me this association. So actually this kind of prayers actually teaches us what we should be praying. When we offer our prayers, what it should be. These are some indication to us that this is how one should pray. So she is saying in the 37th verse that the kings are, now the Pandavas have been established as the kings. However, we know that there are still envious people who are looking after us, and they are going to take revenge. And if you leave us, because Krishna is leaving that place, right? So that's the time she is offering the prayer. So if you leave us now, who is going to protect us? We are completely under your shelter. So please don't leave. This is a request. So then she says that the fame of the Pandavas and the Yadus without you, because you will leave and you go to Dwarka, without you, when you leave, it's like a senses without the soul. It's just like a dead body. So if you are there, it's like a alive body. If you are not there in our life, it's like a dead body. We will be bereft of the impression of your lotus feet. Because you are with us, you are walking around everywhere. There is impression of your lotus feet everywhere. In fact, Akrura, when he goes to Vrindavan for the first time, he sees, the first thing he sees is the lotus feet of Krishna. And he starts rolling in the lotus feet of, in the dust of Vrindavan. And then he starts dancing and singing, I am the most fortunate, I am the most fortunate. There is a whole series of discussion given by the Acharya. Why he is saying he is the most fortunate? He just entered into Vrindavan and he's dancing and chanting like he's saying, I am the most fortunate, I am the most fortunate. I mean, these devotees have been living in Vrindavan for all the time, right? How can you say that you are more fortunate than them? Then the acharyas give their complete explanation. I don't want to go into the details of those. But here she is saying that once you leave Hastinapur, we'll be bereft of the impressions of your lotus feet. So, and then she says that everywhere in this our kingdom there is prosperity, and that is only because of you, because of your presence, because of your glance. Everything good happening in our life is because of you. And then she asks for something which is really scary for us in a sadhaka stage. She is saying that please sever all my ties which is there for my family, all the affection which I have for my family. Please sever all that tie. I should not have any affection. Actually, this is just, Acharya says that she is just, in her humility, she is asking for these prayers. But if you see, his sons, they are all devotees. Krishna is in, friends of them, right? So how can she ask this? So it's just like when you are in prema, and that's what is indicated in the third canto by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. When you are in deep love and affection for the Lord, lot of times things comes out of your mind which doesn't make sense actually. It's out of intense love. You speak something which sometimes doesn't make sense. So here, in the similar way, she is saying that, O personality of personality of Godhead, please sever my tie because of I have a lot of affection. And if it is a spiritual affection, then why you want to sever that tie? So she is saying that I have material affection. So therefore the Acharya says that this is out of humility. This is nothing but out of humility. She is praying like that. And then with a very nice verse, she says that, let my attraction be constantly drawn unto you without being diverted to anyone else. Right? Let me have a single pointed focus of bhakti unto you. Right? This is Uttama Bhakti. Right? This is Kevala Bhakti. Kevala Bhakti, only bhakti for Krishna, for no one else. It's not a mixed bhakti. So she is requesting Krishna that you please provide me with this Uttama Bhakti. My attraction should not go anywhere else. Right? So this should be one of our prayers, that my attraction should be only for Krishna, not for anyone else. And then in the last verse, she gives the summary of the pastimes in which the way Krishna protects them, though there were so many disturbing elements in their life, so many disturbing things going on in their life. However, Krishna always came and always maintained his promise and protected them from all sides. So by this is the last verse of this beautiful set of prayers. And when she prayed like this, Krishna was stunned and he didn't have anything to say. So he just smiled and said, Hare Krishna. So Lord's response was, he gave a beautiful smile and she was completely satisfied with that beautiful smile. Grantara Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur ki jai, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gaur Premanande, Hari Bol. Any comments and discussions? Thank you so much. 26 verses. Yeah, ideally all the verses. Yeah. You start. I mean, my experience is I didn't memorize those verses yet, but I have a desire to memorize. But I one time I started memorizing those verses, and it is so enchanting. Like you start with one, and then you go to two. Then each of the verses are so nice. But we have to while we are memorizing the verses, meditating on the meaning is very important. So it may take some time. Like even the Damodar Ashtakam, when I remember first time when I was singing, I didn't even understand what was written actually. So it took time, but everyday chanting, after a while, you recognize those words and the meanings of those words, and then it's easy to memorize that way. So I think it's good to memorize the whole thing. Specifically, the first 4 5 verses are really good, of course. Begin with that, and then you'll get the taste, and then you will continue. Yeah. Thank you. Anything else?
Explanation of Mayavadi that we don't understand Achintya, that gave me a better insight that why Prabhupada called Mayavadi, that they really don't understand Krishna and how they get bewildered by that Achintya potency, right? So
Yeah.
very simple thing you said, but that really opened up,
Yeah.
gave me the explanation why Mayavadi is such a bad thing.
And they consider that it's illusory because it's inconceivable in nature. So they reject it as illusory. Non-devotees, they reject it as, they also reject, but they reject as it's a myth. But there is a difference between myth and illusion, right? So this is the real difference. But at the same time, it is also inconceivable to us. It is achintya to us also. One example I can give that, let's say some boy gets or a man, he gets a Nobel Prize. And there is a Nobel Prize in physics or something like that. And then there is a ceremony in which he has to go and he has to present what he did the research. So he goes on the stage, and when he goes, it's such a big event actually, and his parents are very happy that their son got the Nobel Prize. So their parents, they accompany the son, and they are now all sitting with all the scientists. In the panels, all scientists are there, right? And along with that, the parents are also there. And this guy goes onto the stage, and then he starts talking about what research did he do, and gives all those kind of explanations. And the parents have absolutely no idea what he is speaking, isn't it? On the scientists, they are sitting there and they're clapping. Wow, what a presentation, right? Parents have no idea. But because of their affection for their child, right, they feel really proud because everybody is praising, though they don't understand. So similarly is our case. We absolutely don't understand Krishna's pastime, like lifting of Govardhan hill, right? Can we imagine anybody lifting a hill? We cannot lift up a stone or anything like a big stone, right? We can't imagine. Krishna is lifting the entire hill on his left hand, pinky finger, right? So this is inconceivable. But that inconceivable nature and pastimes of Krishna brings more affection towards Krishna for the devotees. Why? For non-devotees, it is myth. It creates, it creates either hatred,
So I was remembering Chaitanya Prabhu states this as, for the non-devotees it is illogical.
illogical,
For
yes.
devotees it is translogical.
Beyond logic. And then they think it as a myth, and basically they reject the pastime. They accept the pastimes of Krishna. But even though we don't understand, in both cases, both are not understanding. Won't understand. But one appreciate, and his affection is increasing. Every time we hear our great, like other day I was hearing that Krishna made the arrangement for that water that was falling for a devotee to accept that water. Water in one of the pastime, I will just put in a very short way. What happened is Krishna tricks one devotee, and he didn't allow. So he had a very big appetite, and he tricks that devotee to not have water after eating. Right? Anyway, so it's a long story. I don't want to tell the whole story, but the point is, then Krishna says, "Don't worry. One day I'll allow you to drink as much as water you want." So that happened during this pastime of Govardhan Leela. When all the water was coming down, he called that devotee, "Come, drink all the water which is all around." And he had a big appetite, so he drank all the water. That's how the water vanished. So now this is also inconceivable for us. How can somebody drink so much water? Actually, it's very, very difficult. But this brings up, if we have faith, then this brings up this inconceivability actually brings up more appreciation for the Lord. Oh, my Lord Krishna can do, my Krishna can do this, even these things, which is unimaginable. The same example as the cobbler's example. So I think we'll stop here. Thank you all for coming and attending me and then inspiring me to share. Of course, these prayers are so wonderful that it cannot be justified in an hour. But I think, hope I inspire you to. Huh? Yeah.
All the good presentation and the pictures. You're trying to bring the mood through your slides. That's amazing.
Thank you. No problem. So this is there in the tinyurl.com Shastic Studies. In this number 10 is seminar. Under that it's there. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Hare Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Hare Krishna. So I want to thank you, Prabhu, for coming up with this idea, and this is really nice. Huh? Yeah, actually it's really nice idea actually, because that way we can all share, and relish Srimad Bhagavatam together. Thank you. Oh yeah, I have to stop it right. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Yeah. Hare Krishna.
उससे ड्युअलिटी हमारा जा रहा है तो स्पिरिचुअल वर्ल्ड का जो ड्युअलिटी है वो दोनों पार्ट को समझने में और उसको इनकंसीवेबल समझने में चला जाता है, लेकिन है कि यहाँ पे हम अपने को जो उल्टा समझते हैं दूसरे से, इससे ड्युअलिटी आएगा। तो कहते हैं ना कि इन्वर्टेड ट्री, वो एक इंसाइट है। आपको मैंने शेयर किया, ध्यान नहीं दिया होगा, होली का बुढ़िया कुछ करने की है ना, उन्होंने अपना कॉमेंट डाल के भेजा कि ना कि आई कैन कनेक्ट वन थिंग कि होली कैसे हम लोग को एक साथ जोड़ देता है, और उन्होंने ये प्रभुपाद का कोट किया। और फिर अभी जस्ट अभी आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, वो कनेक्ट हो रहा है, अरे वाह क्या यार, मतलब कभी प्रभु से बोलता है। आज फॉर एग्जाम्पल देखो प्रभु, कुछ भी चेंज करने का है ना, हम लोग कंटेंट अपडेट तो मार ही देंगे ना। हाँ, तो कल में प्रिंट के भेजना है, तो आज अगर कुछ भी देखोगे तो अच्छा लगेगा। यस बहुत बड़ा नहीं है, 4 पोस्टर सोचा है। एक पोस्टर टाइमलाइन का, क्योंकि सब लोग टाइमलाइन से कब होली शुरू हुआ, क्या हुआ, तो उसमें ये वैदिक टाइम में शुरू हुआ है, और साथ में अभी भी जो रेफरेंस है इंडिविजुअलिटी के कारण हम सोचते हैं कि मैं हूँ तुम हो, वो भी खत्म हो जाता है। तो उन्होंने अपना इंसाइट
हाँ,
उसके
yeah,
अंदर। तो देखो आप डिवोटी से बात करते हो
yeah, yeah, absolutely. This is a team thought process.
उधर भी पोस्टर बनाने में इतने इंसाइट आ रही हो।
Yeah, 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 yeah. So that's why I appreciate this kind of discussion. इसमें there is a participation and everybody like अभी मैंने 3-4 साल पहले ही किया, but then the entire week I spent again to go through and it was like so nourishing. Right? I heard classes.
आपने यहाँ प्रपोजल लिखा है तो blue western option क्या कमाल है। तो भी blue western child which now makes a huge difference over there. तो actually now what is activity कर रहे हैं तो भी opportunity को बहुत अच्छा है। Like I never teach really like to teach और साथ में करेंगे साथ में करेंगे don't worry।
मेरा बहुत टाइम है
हाँ तो you will be a good teacher, you will be a मतलब
Yeah.
हम आपका देखो I'm planning to use the summary slide
Yes.
और उसको उस summary slide को
Okay, summary है तो फिर
हाँ summary slide उसमें हम we will still will do a better job और उसको गीता सुबोधनी वाला कॉन्सेप्ट समझ कर तो मान लो कि उसका एक 7th वर्ष का एक सेक्शन है तो उसको हम बोलेंगे सबको ट्रांसलेशन पढ़ो, ठीक है ट्रांसलेशन पढ़े then we go to the presentation उसके ऊपर डिस्कशन शुरू करेंगे right so we can do that तो इस मतलब still we will read all the translations 700 translations right using this क्या कहते हैं स्लाइड को as a guide तो मतलब कि मतलब देखिए
Yeah.
जो अमेरिका में डिस्कशन चला करता था right प्रभु का हम डिवाइस स्टार्ट भी कर रहे हैं फिर से डिस्कशन होगी हमें कुछ आएगी मुझे कुछ कंटेंट मिलेगी तो मैं आपको मैं फोन कर रहा हूँ और ये सिर्फ मैं ही नहीं मैंने बोला इतना अभी टीचर और थी अमृतानंद तो हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मम्मी के बारे में सोच रहा था मैं बिल्कुल बिल्कुल उनके बारे में सोच रहा हूँ तो देखते हैं अभी जस्ट
Yeah.
वेरी अर्ली थिंग अभी मैंने शेड्यूल में सेट नहीं किया है वो हनी को मैं शोइंग इंटरेस्ट लेकिन एक बहुत बड़ा क्लास नहीं हुआ 3-3 4 ही होते मतलब
even for 1 or 2 I didn't know.
पास्टर का जैसे कारण हमारा था अमेरिकन को आते कोई ढक हुआ भाग जाते हैं सारे इंडियन है वो भी कोई हिंदी में है कोई राम लक्ष्मण कोई हिंदी में है तो काफी मतलब इसलिए हमारे यहाँ लोग अट्रैक्ट
So I think it has to be done in a very sensitive way. Very very sensitive. उनको मतलब we have to be making sure कि कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं हो उससे गलती जिसके कारण एक छोटी सी गलती के कारण हो सकती है. So words, actions.
हम लोगों ने काफी उस पर रिसर्च किया कौन सा वर्ड यूज करना है कौन सा
अरे
वर्ड जैसे गॉड वगैरह वर्ड में कहते हैं कि ये यूज करो मतलब साइंस ने काफी कुछ उसमें रिसर्च किया हुआ है क्रिश्चियन के हिसाब से लोग क्या करते हैं क्रिश्चियन के हिसाब से तो काफी अच्छा तो वो सब है मतलब ये और हम लोग प्लान में सेल्फ कंस्ट्रक्शन रिलेटेड सेंटर में करना तो ये सब चल रहा है सब रिसर्च कर रहा है साइंस भी मनी
yes. No, definitely. But मेरा even मेरा भी right now I don't know मेरा okay. So मेरा focus है because see there you have to give opportunity to everybody to teach. This is my now there are different levels of teaching. इनको यहाँ पे कोई my point was that there has to be somebody who are focusing on like power or like about or like now it is Madhuri Kamini, and then I have it's not just Madhuri Kamini, I also teach इस बहुत सारे बुक्स को टच करना है तो उसमें नोट्स वगैरह बनाने में बहुत रिसर्च करना है. ऑफकोर्स बल्ला के लोगों का नोट्स वगैरह है but still I am trying to add and make one माधुर्य करने में which is elaborate one ताकि बहुत कुछ जो बेसिक चीज़ें है वो सब कवर हो.
मैंने आपके स्लाइड को बहुत elaborated था आपके स्लाइड हम जिस चीज़ों से आप कहाँ कहाँ से पिक्चर निकालते थे इतने सुंदर पिक्चर्स आपके देखो बीच में कृष्णा कलरफुल है और बीच में मतलब अमेजिंग
It takes time. So all kind of this kind of things takes a lot of time. But once it's done,
लेकिन
it
देखो
can be
डन तो आपको वो लाइफ टाइम में डन कभी नहीं होगा इट्स अ लाइफ टाइम राइट वो बुकिंग पूरा पढ़ पाते आप तब से आप कॉस्ट्यूम रेडी कर रहे हो लाइफ टाइम
तो इसमें मेरा फोकस इसमें तो हर कोई अगर जगह मैं that's why I came out of Bhakti Shastra. Because if I continue with Bhagavad Gita, others won't make sense. So मैं निकल गया उससे. And then if I focus on, because this is required, and the teachers who are teaching Bhagavad Gita, they need this.
आप सिलेबस रेडी कर रहे हो
हाँ, नहीं सिलेबस की बात नहीं है, बट ये नहीं कंटेंट.
कंटेंट मतलब आप बुक बना रहे हो ना, मतलब आपको किसी को पढ़ाना है तो रेडली लाइब्रेरी में अवेलेबल है, किताब निकालो पढ़ा लो.
हाँ, और पढ़ा लो, या फिर उसमें चेंज करना है तो पीपीटी भी है,
क्योंकि आपने सब डाल दिया ओरिजिनल
हाँ
डाल दिया.
डाल दिया. फिर आपको चेंज करना है आपके ऑडियंस के हिसाब से आप चेंज करो. तो दैट इज माई गोल.
वो तो
भागवतम इज चेतन चेतन में बाकी होते हैं.
वो तो निश्चित चले तो फिर आप अभी आप जैसे जैसे पढ़ते जा रहे हो कॉन्टेंट रेडी करते हो राइट. अभी आप 2-3 साल में जब आपको कैंटो 12 कैंटो पर 12
नहीं 12 तो नहीं होगा, बट 6 तो कर देंगे.
हाँ लेकिन मैं कह रहा हूँ कि
इट विल टेक टाइम, बट वंस इट इज देयर तो कैंटो भागवतम तो ये नहीं, बट मैं दूसरी की बात कर रहा हूँ, सब भागवत का. देन
मन शिक्षा माधुर्य कादम्बरी, आई थिंक ये 2 बुक
हरिनाम चिंतन.
हरिनाम चिंतामणि. हाँ मैंने वो डायरेक्टली वो मैंने उसको क्या कहते हैं, प्रभु ने जो इंटरजेक्ट किया था माधुर्य कादम्बरी में ही, उसको तो उससे पढ़ा. हरिनाम चिंतामणि अलग सुनाई नहीं पड़ा.
because that's the main thing, our chanting उस पे पूरा chanting वैसा है. So it was the most important.
तीन बुक मतलब ये होता है.
नहीं और भी है,
हाँ
भक्ति रहस्य.
तो मतलब आपके ऐसा दो ही बुक से ज़्यादा.
हाँ, और मैंने राग वर्तमत चंद्रिका टच नहीं किया, तो वो भी है. तो द पॉइंट इज कि वन पर्सन हैज टू वर्क ऑन दिस. सो देयरफॉर आई कैन गिव एडवाइस, आई कैन, जैसा भागवत गीता का मैं पढ़ा नहीं रहा हूँ, मटेरियल प्रिपेयर करो. इफ समबडी वांट्स मटेरियल आई कैन डू दैट. तो उसका फिजिकल टाइम नहीं, तो मटेरियल आई कैन प्रिपेयर बना दे, आप यूज़ करो. बट देन यू हैव टू ट्रेन अदर पीपल ऑल्सो.
हाँ देखो सिर्फ कंटेंट के अंदर अब जैसे आपने जैसे सबरी वाला ही बताया, उसके अंदर क्वेश्चन है, वो क्वेश्चन वो मानो एक क्वेश्चन क्यों पूछ रहे हो, क्या लेके.
हाँ.
देन यू हैव टू गो एंड लिसन टू प्रभु और देन हैव टू लिसन कमेंट.
Yes.
तो जैसे जैसे मानो कोई टीचर है, दे स्टार्ट एडिंग दोस कमेंट्स,
Yes.
देन इट बिकम मीनिंग.
Yeah.
जैसे मैं पढ़ाऊंगा मान लीजिए, देन पुट द कमेंट है, जैसे कि अगला कोई यूज करता है तो दे
get then update it, actually give it to me or you put it in your drive or whatever. मैं तो ऐसे सोच रहा था कि सेंट्रल लोकेशन होना चाहिए, सेंट्रल लोकेशन होना चाहिए जहाँ पे हमारा रिपोजिटरी, ये तो मैं मेरे ड्राइव पे कर रहा हूँ.
ठीक है प्रोटेक्टेड है, वेल प्रोटेक्टेड है, मतलब अच्छा है आप कि. हाँ लेकिन
there is a multiple version then you can put there.
ये मतलब है कि हाई मान लीजिए मंदिर रहे होता है तो बाकी तुम्हारे पास कुछ कंटेंट है जो रेलेवेंट है, यू कैन गो आल्सो पुट इन दैट फोल्डर राइट, यू कैन मेक इट. लेकिन देन इट हैज टू मैनेज. अगर सब लोग ऐसे ऐसे डालेंगे ना, सब कुछ गलत डाल देंगे, तो somebody has to be a library. ये अच्छा है.
So that I can, and I can give it to once the material is ready, I can say okay now. जैसा भी मैं अभी फ्राइडे को गया था बोतल ग्रुप में, हाँ बेटा कॉस्मोलॉजी करा. अभी वो जो वेदिक कॉस्मोलॉजी करा था उससे कम्प्लीटली डिफरेंट है, बिकॉज आई वांटेड टू डू सेशन विद देम. दैट वाज माय फर्स्ट सेशन, जर्नी ऑफ अ साधु.
उसमें आपने दिया
नहीं करने वाला था,
अच्छा.
मैंने उसका मटेरियल भी प्रिपेयर किया हुआ है.
हाँ
तो प्रभु ने बोला कि लोगों को इसमें ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट है.
कभी कॉस्मोलॉजी में.
हाँ, तो मैंने बोला ठीक है, आई एंटर थ्रू कॉस्मोलॉजी, बट बीच में मैं ये भी डाल दूँगा. तो दैट विल बी अ रियली गुड कोर्स, बिकॉज पीपल हैव दैट इंक्विजिटिवनेस. तो इसलिए मैं ये नया कोर्स ही कर रहा हूँ पूरा भागवत कॉस्मोलॉजी. अभी भी ये काफ़ी हाई लेवल पे, मुझे उसको और भी इंटीग्रेटिव करना चाहिए, छोटा
जिससे लोग समझ मतलब कंफ्यूज भी नहीं हो और समझ में आ जाए.
बिकॉज दैट्स अ वेरी गुड वे ऑफ अट्रैक्टिंग. तो ये डायग्राम चार्ट देख के लोग
हिल जाते हैं.
देन यू कैन कनेक्ट. जैसा मैंने आदि पुरुष प्रभु के जो बैच था उसमें मैंने एक ही क्लास 4 घंटे का लिखा. आई वॉज डूइंग DYS में we went in karma, they had many questions. I said okay, let's put this aside, let's bring this chart, and today we are going to ask, you are going to ask me as many questions as you want, I'm going to answer through using that chart. 4 घंटा क्लास हुआ, 8 बजे से रात को 12 बजे तक.
Wow.
And all the questions they had was answered using that chart. So that chart is extraordinary. उसमें भी हम बहुत डिटेल में नहीं गए, but you know to a certain extent. तो कहने का मतलब कि that's a very good way, and these devotees are very good. भूखे बोलते हैं ना, ऐसा you love actually, I love
कॉफी वाले भैया तो उनके लिए अलग अलग कंटेंट बनाया है कि वो आपके उसमें नहीं है?
नहीं, सब कुछ टाइनी वेवर में नहीं है, मैं वहीं पे डाल सकता
हाँ तो कौन से इतने
हूँ
सारे
सेमिनार।
सेमिनार्स के अंदर में है और नाम क्या है?
वहाँ पर कॉस्मोलॉजी 2020 नहीं ईयर के साथ डालता हूँ तो
ठीक,
पता चलता है
ठीक।
कहाँ या वहाँ पे मिलेगा आपको, यू कैन यूज़ इट फॉर योर
ठीक है तो मैं देखता हूँ, ठीक है, चलो
करेक्ट।
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। 13 चैप्टर तक हो गया है। ये आप कर हरी बोल प्रभु, सॉरी प्रभु। कैसे એક રીઝન એ છે કે અભી you didn't want to come. तो प्रभु 13 चैप्टर तक हो गया है इसमें।
अच्छा फिर तक हो गया है,
हाँ,
ठीक है अभी
वो
5
श्रीनिवास
बाकी
प्रभु के में वो मुझे पुश करते रहते हैं। श्रीनिवास गांधी प्रभु है ना,
हाँ,
नाम क्या है इसके?
हाँ श्री वल्लभ।
श्री वल्लभ।
हाँ
वो पढ़ाते हैं ना, वो मटेरियल बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं।
अच्छा वो इस कर
तो
रहे
वो
हो
मुझे हाँ तो वो मुझे पुश करते रहते हैं, तो मैंने 13 तक कर दी,
कि आगे बढ़ो,
अदरवाइज
आगे
बढ़ेगा नहीं।
बहुत अच्छे बहुत अच्छे।
आपको बता रहा हूँ।
ठीक है थैंक यू।
रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे यू गो फॉर अ शॉर्ट टाइम, विल कम। દરેક પછી પાછળ ને કંઈક ને કંઈક રીઝન આ જ છે કે એ સ્વર્ગ લોક એને કીધું કે નહીં તમારે નાનો પાઠ કરીને આવી હા એ શોર્ટ ટાઈમ માટે આવે પાઠ કરીને પાછું જવું જ અમારે જવું જ નથી એટલે કે આ સ્ટેજ ઉપર તમે 10 મિનિટનું કામ કરીને પાછા આવી આપણને ઘણી વાર આપણી લિટરસી શેના માટે અને બીજું રીઝન એ ના થયું અર્જુન બી અને વેરી ડિફિકલ્ટ ટુ ફીલ because આ એ લોકોએ આ કર્યું એટલે they broke the rules. And now Krishna can say you broke the rules first, therefore I am breaking it. Second reason is they have broken the rules first. Because you have broken the rules, now it is open game. Also good. But राम भगवान होता ना करे, but कृष्णा के जगह ना eat fault है। ये करी उधर तब ये मर्यादा नहीं अंदर है। कृष्णा कहते हैं नो लीला पुरुष लीला पुरुष you are cheating, I also cheat, but I will not cheat also, but if you are cheating, if you are doing something wrong, I have a right. દર મહિને એક એક થાય પછી હવે સપ્ટેમ્બરમાં આવશે એમાં સ્ટ્રક્ચર ઓફ યુનિવર્સિટી.
ફ્રાઈડે ક્લાસ અહીંયા
ના એ ઓનલાઈન બી હોય છે ને ઘરે.
અરે ઓનલાઈન હોય છે ને.
હા.
હા બસ ઓનલાઈન હોય તો થઈ ગયું તો તું આપણે જૂનના ઘણા લેક્ચરો છે ને ઓનલાઈન
હા
જ્યારે કોઈ મોટા પ્લેટફોર્મ આવતા હોય એમાં બધા ઓનલાઈન જોતો જ પણ મને નોટિફિકેશન આવે ને તો જ મને
હા તો હું તમને મારા ગ્રુપમાં નાખી દઉં.
નોટિફિકેશન આવતું તો ઓનલાઈન કર.
તો તમને અમે એમાં તો હું ઘણા બધા ક્લાસ મૂકું છું. એમાં તમારે ઓનલાઈન યુટ્યુબમાં જવું હોય તો આ ક્લાસની પહેલાં મારી રીતના લિંક છે.
હા
આ છે ને ઝૂમના જવું હોય લાઈવ રજિસ્ટ્રેશન કરી શકો તો લાઈવ પછી થઈ જશે. અને હું આમાં તમને
મને આજનો ક્લાસ કેટલા છે
તો આજનો ક્લાસ 4 છે.
મગજમાં બગડી જાય
ઓકે મને એવું તો ખબર પડશે બધાને ખબર ઘણીવાર થોડુંક એટલે બહુ શોર્ટ ટાઈમ હતો ને 1 કલાકમાં આટલા બધા વર્સેસ કરવાનો તો ઇટ બીકમ્સ ડિફિકલ્ટ ટુ એક્સપ્લેન કે શું થાય છે.
બહુ સારી રીતે બધું સમજે એક્ઝેક્ટ પોઈન્ટ પર
પોઈન્ટ
પોઈન્ટ
બેટર ગેઇન ફોર મી.
અરે પેલા જેવું કે આ મંગળારતી બધા હોય કોણ કોનું ટેસ્ટ
એ તો મને પહેલાં પ્રભુએ કીધું મંગલા કીધું બધા આવે છે બધાનું મગજ એટલે કોન્શિયસનેસ સેમ નથી હોતું. એનું અલગ અલગ કોઈ કશું માંગવા આવે પ્રભુપાદના ડિસાઇપલ હોય તો એનું અલગ જ વિચાર હોય.
આપણે ટેમ્પલમાં જનરલી ટેમ્પલમાં આવતા હોય તો
હા
વિચાર અલગ અલગ
એના માટે
અને મોસ્ટલી મટીરિયલ વર્લ્ડમાં આપણે ટાઈમ પ્રોબ્લેમ આવે
હા હા
જરા બી પ્રોબ્લેમ આવે કે કુંતી મહારાણીનું જે પ્રેયર છે એ પ્રેયરમાં તમને જેમ કીધું કોઈ આપણે તો કરી જ ન હોતી
નથી ના
થાય નહીં એવું
પણ એ આપણે વિચાર કરીએ કે હા કોઈ દિવસ આપણે એવું કરવાનું છે. અત્યારે નથી બટ એ ઓર્ગેનિકલી આવું ઓર્ગેનિકલી એટલે આપણી ભક્તિથી પ્રેક્ટિસમાં આપણને ધીરે ધીરે પછી એ ઓટોમેટિક આપણે એવું ક્રિએટ કરી શકીએ. મનમાંથી જ એ મારા બહુ ક્લોઝ મિત્ર તમારા જેવો એટલે બધું મને શેર કરે. પછી મને કહેતા હતા કે એક દિવસ મને કહે કે પ્રભુ આઈ ફીલ આઈ ડોન્ટ ડિઝર્વ એનીથિંગ. મને જે મળે છે કશું ડિઝર્વ નથી. દેટ વોઝ અને હી વોઝ ટ્રાઈંગ. હી બોલ
Wonderful class, Prabhu.
થેન્ક યુ થેન્ક યુ.
I could listen from home.
યા આઈ સો દેટ.
Yeah. But you didn't, I said something good things you didn't hear.
You should have माइक लेके बोलना था.
माइक लेके बोलना.
अच्छा चीज तो वे सुनना चाहिए मुझे. यहाँ पे आवाज नहीं आ रहा था कुछ.
થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ
ચલો
અને આ જોજો તમે ક્લાસ તમારો હોય ફ્રાઈડેનો ક્લાસ
એ તો હા હવે તમે ગ્રુપમાં આવી ગયા ને હા ના તમે જોઈ લો ચેક કરો. હું લાઈવ જતા પહેલા એને મૂકું લિંક
વિચાર ગરમ શબ્દ
હા કંઈક એમાં તમને એડ કરી દીધું. અહીંયા બીજા બી ઘણા સારા સારા ક્લાસ હોય ને
હા
આમાં નાખી લિંક આપું તમે એવા એ ક્લાસ બી અને પછી અહીંયા મંદિરના જે ક્લાસ થતા હોય ને
હા
એના બી મોકું છું
ઓકે ગુડ
બધું તમને મળી જાય.
ઓકે અને બધી સામગ્રી એમાં જ આવી
હા
જશે
હા અને
મટીરિયલ બધી સામગ્રી
એટલે જે હું સપોઝ અહીંયા પ્રેઝન્ટ હોઉં તો સપોઝ કોઈનો ક્લાસ સાથે એટલે માતાજી આવ્યા હતા ને
હા હા હા
ક્લાસ હતો અને આજે ગઈકાલે બી એક ક્લાસ પ્રભુજી આવ્યા
આપણે પુના
પુનાવાડા
પણ એ એક જ દિવસનો ક્લાસ હતો
એક જ દિવસ
મને એમાં તો આજે બી હશે
ના
અને એના
બહુ
હિસાબે
સરસ
હું જલ્દી આવ્યો તો તમે મળી ગયા
બહુ સરસ ક્લાસ હતો ચેતન અમેઝિંગ પર્સનલી તો ના આવી શકે પણ હરે કૃષ્ણ
થેન્ક યુ
ચલો થેન્ક યુ
Hare Krishna.
હરે હરે કૃષ્ણ
Hare Krishna. Yes, very nice.
અહીંયા આવ્યા
No, no. Those all those pictures, right? Those are not normally available. They are,
वो मैं पिक्चर निकाल के कट करके करता हूँ
but internet. I think I have this idea, bro. Let's start this project. Like, let's create a art.
आर्ट
Let's pay.
Hours of
Let's pay somebody.
आर्ट ऑफ
Devotees who are really good at it. We can fund them, and let's create them all these characters for. It's kind of like this. We can sponsor them individually. Get that thing done. Anybody in this country can use it.
स्टोरी कैसा स्टोरी कैसा
Yeah, story. Like we can tell, like God and Machine is like that.
यस वो तो खुद करते हैं
We do all that. Book tales. Book tales thing, some professional.
मैं उनसे बात किया था तो बोलते unless you are selling something like I am not selling anything right? So then you can use and then give them the credits which normally try to do that
Oh, that also is good. But we can, I think there is a machine we can create that.
उसकी पिक्चर्स मुझे हरे कृष्ण
I was just seeing it on like YouTube also. You started the series today?
no it's like once in a month devotees are giving classes
I see.
so once in a month होता है
Oh, okay.
for the with the teachers
You were doing Queen Kunti's prayer.
I was doing Queen Kunti's prayer
I thought today is cosmic manifestation.
नहीं तो क्या
I was thinking, oh, the tough subject is teaching, I'm missing today.
नहीं
Then he started with Kunti and other what?
अच्छा हाँ वो नहीं वो तो अभी आएगा
Ah,
वो वाला
the cosmology.
कॉस्मोलॉजी है
Ah,
अभी मैं वो ओतल ग्रुप के साथ ले रहा हूँ
ah.
उनको बहुत अच्छा ग्रुप है
Ah, yeah,
Very
they
nice.
cultivated it.
हाँ?
Yeah. It's going to stay or fall? Hare Krishna. We're studying Bhagavad Gita, the first chapter. So let's start with the prayers. Om Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnana Jana Salakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavamsya Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunadhanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanvitamsha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Haripriye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Srimad Bhagavad Gita Grandaraj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So, I know some of you are coming regularly. Do you know where we stopped last time? I think we started giving the reasons. I remember that. Yeah, I think we are at the 39th verse, where Arjuna started giving the reasons. Killing the family members and earning the kingdom is not going to help him. He's not going to enjoy that. So he started giving what is the impact of killing family members, and then how he is going to incur the sin. So he says, Kulakshaye pranasyanti kula dharma sanatanaha dharme nashte kulam krishnam adharmo abhibhavatyuta. So this is chapter 1, verse 39. So he's saying Kulakshaye. Kulakshaye means destruction of the family. With the destruction of the dynasty, the eternal family tradition is vanquished. And thus the rest of the family becomes involved in irreligion. So here why is that? Because in the Vedic tradition, the elders are supposed to follow all the Vedic traditions and have the knowledge about Vedic scriptures and conduct their life and set an example to their family members. When such family members disappear because of this war, what will happen to the family members? Where will they get the guidance from? Right? Some of them may be very young children, and some of them must have just got married, and the wife is still not understanding the whole concept of grihastha life and Vedic tradition. But the husband, with Vedic tradition, he is actually well versed in Vedic scriptures and traditions, and then he gets married. That's how it happens. So he says, now there are so many people will get killed in this war, I know. So I'll be responsible for that. Because of them, absence of them, irreligion will actually spread. So here in the Varnashrama institution, there are many principles of religious tradition to help members of the family grow properly and attain spiritual values. So Krishna, when he is talking about Varna and Ashrama, there are 4 Varnas and 4 Ashramas. You will find the same thing in the modern world also. So Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaisya and Sudra. So Brahmana are the one who actually understand the Vedas and Vedic scriptures and how to achieve God's realization and explain them to the other people. Kshatriyas are supposed to understand all these principles from Brahmanas, and then they have a responsibility of maintaining a kingdom which actually run according to these principles. So the king is also sometimes considered Vishnu, because Vishnu has taken a role as a maintainer. In our Trinity, we have Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwara. Vishnu's role is maintenance of the world. Whatever Brahma created, Vishnu maintains it, and Shiva in the end, when time comes, he destroys it. So Vishnu is the maintainer of this dharma. So similarly, a king is also a representative of Vishnu. And then the Vaisyas are supposed to provide livelihood, like a man, like people, how they can earn their living and create occupations for them. Prominently agriculture and cow protection, and means raising the cows and cultivating the land, and then engaging worker class, which is called in Sanskrit called Sudra. So the worker class people will actually be engaged in this work, but Vaisyas are also, when they do the business, they are doing again as per the dharma, not violating, not exploiting the people who work for them, not cheating or anything. So they also follow the dharma. And Sudras are also, since they are inclined more to do the work, and they do work as per the owner says, and do an honest work and an honest living, right? So everyone will be happy in that mode. So, but unfortunately, in Kali Yuga, it took a different turn. People think I am born in a certain family, I am a Brahmana. I am born in a Kshatriya family, I am a Kshatriya. I may not have any of those qualities, right? But I still call myself I am a Brahmana, which is not correct. Because Krishna clearly says in Bhagavad Gita, he actually did this Varna and Ashrama division by Guna Karma Vibhagasu, not Janma Karma. Guna Karma means based on your qualities, which you exhibit, acquired, and most of the time that's your nature. So by nature, if you're, let's say, there are some people we meet all the time. Say, Prabhu, don't give me all the philosophy and I think, tell me what work need to be done. I'll do it. And somebody says, why should, Prabhu, I'm good at creating this, but you give me some people, I'll manage this and do that. Right? And someone says, I don't see all these things are going correct, so we should do something about it. And he actually does it. And someone says, this is not as supposed to happen, this is how things supposed to happen, then you do these things, this will happen, this is the nice way of doing. So you now naturally is saying somebody exhibiting a Brahminical quality, somebody is exhibiting a king-like quality, somebody is exhibiting like a Vaisya-like quality, and somebody is exhibiting like a worker-like quality. Nothing wrong in that. You chose to, because that's your mind is, you're good at work, you have such a great work, you can do the skill. Now you try to be a manager, or you try to be a king, or you try to be a Brahmana, you'll be miserable. Similarly, somebody who's like can think through the issues and give the guidance, and that person involves in doing some work, he may not be doing perfect job because he doesn't have the skill. So there's nothing wrong, but somehow he's created as Brahmanas are higher, Sudras are lower, right? No, they're all part of the same Lord's body. The same concept exists in the modern world also. We have the CEO, equivalent to king, and we have the middle level managers, departmental heads like Vaisyas, and most of other workers, Sudra class, right? And then there is a board of directors, and somebody who's giving the chairman, who's giving the direction, is considered like a Brahminical class. So the same thing in the modern world also follows, but they blame Krishna, saying, oh, you created Varnas. To run a society properly, you need all the thinking class, ruling class, business class, and working class. All four are required. But you explain them, this classification is based on your guna, not by birth. Then that is a proper way of understanding. So here, in such a society, there are certain rules, which how do you conduct your life materially, because you have to earn your living, and you have to also do within the spiritual values. So when such people, elder members are responsible for such purifying processes, and they actually go away, all kinds of irreligious habits will spread. Nobody is monitoring you, right? Our behavior is very simple. If we don't see somebody monitoring us, we always, okay, nobody is watching, I think I can do it. And I'll try to justify it. So that is not the correct behavior. You always, even the elder member is not around, then maybe some values he left, maybe some scriptures you need to study, understand what the right behavior and follow it. So yesterday I was telling somewhere else, this Mac has a manual when you buy it. When you buy an iPhone, it has a manual. Everything we buy, there is a manual for that. But is there any a product comes with a manual? But when we are born, did we come with a manual? No. But that doesn't mean the manual doesn't exist. It exists. And that manual is nothing but Bhagavad Gita. For a human, the manual is Bhagavad Gita, which tells you how to conduct your life and what is your destination and how to achieve that. So that's why this Bhagavad Gita Arjuna is asking all these questions, because this whole thing happened at the end of Dwaraka Yuga. That means Kali Yuga is already starting. This war just happened almost at the end of the Dwaraka, and then Kali Yuga is starting. So all this knowledge, Arjuna is not asked only for temporarily for those maybe 50, 60 years he lived after winning the kingdom. Actually, this Samvada, which has happened between Arjuna and Krishna, is meant for people in Kali Yuga. And Arjuna is actually representing us. In Kali Yuga, people will ask all these questions. Krishna, how can I trust you? You are the God. And what is the proof that you are the God? And you are saying so many things as if you know all these things. What is the proof? So he asks all those questions in this. And Krishna actually answers them chapter by chapter and explain what are the various kind of people exist in the society and what kind of activities they will be interested, what kind of food they will eat, what kind of worship they do it. Krishna goes at length on these topics. In the end, he gives a choice to Arjuna. Now I explained everything. Have all your doubts been cleared? If so, then do what you think. Krishna gives him the choice. Then Arjuna says, all my doubts are cleared, and then the war starts, right? So the next verse. अधर्माभिभवात् कृष्णा प्रदुष्यन्ति कुलस्त्रियः स्त्रीषु दुष्टासु वार्ष्णेया जायते वर्णसंकरः. Varnasankarah here. When irreligion is prominent in the family of Krishna, the women of the family become polluted. And from the degradation of womanhood, O descendant of Vrishni, comes unwanted progeny. This is unfortunate situation. Today, in the name of war, in the name of religion, war, there are certain parts of the world where women, elderly, and children are violated. And they consider that is a religious practice. So, first thing, who are being affected? Women. Then the old people. Then the children. Right? They kill the old people. They discredit the women. Dishonor the women. And then they take away the children so that they can fight their war. Right? This has been happening. So this is because a base is lost. The proper guys who actually can protect and the people who can explain the principles nicely and bring a good society, those people are lost. When such thing happens, it will give rise to this kind of people who will do all kinds of unwanted things. And then as a result, children are born who do not know who their father is, who do not know what their ideology is, and then they just become like another set of animals. So, a good population in human society is the basic principle for peace, prosperity, and spiritual progress in life. So, we are trying to get peace, right? Prosperity. Prosperity comes if peace is there. Spiritual life comes if you have peace and prosperity also, then you are thinking, right? Let's say you are some people don't have a job in this situation, current market. And they have visa anxiety, mortgage anxiety, life's anxiety, all these things will bother him. He will not be able to focus on spirituality. You cannot. It's difficult because human nature, the body is telling, I need to do something. How can I do all this thing? Let's say you get a job. Then automatically some of these things disappear. And let's say that job actually come after you prayed to Krishna, then you have some linking, spiritual linking, and then you come and then say, okay, now let me listen to Krishna, what he's trying to say. So this is the order. Peace. In order to come to peace, prosperity, and spiritual values, you need to have a good society. A good human society will actually make sure that people are peaceful and prosperous by following the spiritual values, not by going after material values. In America, let's say there are no worries. Prosperity is there, definitely. But spiritual values are missing. Unfortunately, the people who go to churches are dropping down every year. And recently I was reading an article. Washington is the least religious state in the entire United States. Washington state. There's something called PUW, they do the research every year. Washington state, the least religious. That means here prosperity is there, all the high-tech companies, everything is there. And this is also far away, so we don't have really like a problem that are happening on the other side of the world, right? So you can say some relative peace is also there, but spiritual values are missing, right? Now this cannot sustain for a longer time, because this prosperity is a relative thing. Some other state will offer some incentives, all these employers will go there, right? But what protects us is our spiritual values. In all these situations, if I am spiritually inclined, how do I conduct my life? And that is what Krishna is going to talk about in these chapters from the second chapter onwards. So here, it's important that we follow the Varna Ashrama. When I say Varna and Ashrama, we follow the Vedic principles as laid out using our manual, which is Bhagavad Gita. Now what happens after that? Shankaro narakayaiva kulagnanam kulasya cha patanti pitaro shesham lupta pindodaka kriyaha. Lupta pindodaka kriyaha. An increase of unwanted population certainly causes hellish life both for the family and for those who destroy the family tradition. The ancestors of such corrupt families fall down because the performances for offering them food and water are entirely stopped. So we have this Shraddha ceremony. We think, oh, do you know they are eating? If you follow Krishna's principle, they must have gotten another body already. So what are you trying to offer here, right? The Shraddha ceremony is all your ancestors who are gone, they're still watching over you because they expect something, because you born in that family, they expect you to continue the tradition, Vedic tradition. Now, because of this unwanted population who do not know who their father and who don't know what their values are, they will actually promote such kind of things only in the next. Their kids will become more irreligious. They'll move away from the spiritual principles. So now you're having all this kind of population in the world. So nobody will do any kind of prayers, sacrifices, religious activities. This is how the life will be. Now, such people don't even remember their ancestors because they don't have this concept, they don't believe in all this. But as for the Shastra, that is an essential this thing, because the soul still traversing from one body to another body, wherever this soul is in that body will still benefit by your offering them, by doing your sacrifices and pujas, whatever that properly. This benefit goes to them also because you are born in their lineage, and that will help them to go to the better bodies from where they can actually advance to Krishna consciousness, right? But not knowing this, we stop all these things. Then, because they're not happy and you don't know how to conduct your life, and you also fall into the same bucket, and you keep coming back again and again and again unnecessarily, right? So this is what, according to the rules and regulations of fruitive activities. When you say fruitive activities, means we do some activity, we expect some result. The result is a fruit, means whatever that is, good or bad. There is a need to offer periodical food and water to the forefathers of the family. And this is performed as a worship of Vishnu. This concept is not just like some material sentimental thing. You are actually offering to Vishnu, and that prasada is actually offering to the whoever is departed. So that by eating the soul grasps the prasada. Like if you are offering here, Krishna is not seeing personally standing in front of you, right? But Krishna does that. He says, I am in this form of Archa Vigraha here in the deity, because we did the Prana Pratishtha. So he comes here, there's a life in the deity, and that deity is listening, that deity is actually listening to your prayers. And when you offer it, he will eat, but he also replenishes it. You don't see all these things, but great acharyas have experiences where they saw Krishna personally accepting their prasada, gave them enough glimpses, that incidents where the deity reciprocated with a true devotee. So if we have with that kind of devotion towards the Lord, and the deity will accept it, right? So through Vishnu, all these offerings are going to the forefathers, because the forefathers might have done some sinful some sinful acts, so they have to go through punishment bodies. So now how do they get rid of this? Because now they don't have this body, so somebody else has to pray also, like being compassionate. Who can be more compassionate than the people who are born in his own lineage, right? Nobody will pray for somebody else's forefathers. Whoever is born in the forefathers' family tradition only, they will pray, because they have some linkage at least, right? So that when they offer this food to the forefathers, they are actually released from ghostly and other kinds of miserable life. Prabhupada is saying, the ghost is something which cannot accept a body yet. It's in between, and that's not a good life. So this will help them to give them a body which will help them to make progress towards Krishna consciousness. But again, the same time, in Bhagavatam there is one verse, one who is engaged in the devotional life is not required to perform such actions. Why? When I say, it doesn't mean Vedic rituals are meant for, like an elementary school kid, right? There are the workbooks. You keep doing this. The purpose of these workbooks is you learn the concept, so you are ready for the next high level concept. You do the similar thing, second level, third grade, fourth grade, come up to when you come to college level, and after that, You don't need to do whatever you've done in the command kind of workbooks, right? That is a stepping towards reaching some place. Now, having achieved that, at the same time, you will not say, "Oh, this is not required." No, don't do these workbooks. Are useless. You cannot do that because you actually gone through this. You benefited from it. So what you do, you will tell your kids, okay, start with Kuman. Mathematics, okay, go to Kuman or some place, or these are the workbooks. You continue to do this. Most of the Vedic ritual practices are also look like that. When people do homas or they do recite the prayers and keep, they look like very mechanical. Because how they look mechanical, even the priest also do it nowadays, right? He's actually doing performing thing. He's actually looking, checking his WhatsApp, or he's on the phone and he says, okay, keep doing, please, please, please. And then you are on the phone, and then you are like, can you repeat Panditji? Or something? Can you do all these things on our behalf? Right? Now we are delegating. The whole purpose is you sit there and personally engage in the understand the meaning of the spiritual practices, the meaning behind that, and benefit from that. Instead of that, we delegate. Oh, we have to, like, in a weddings have become more like a cinema entertainment kind of thing, and actually being a wedding. A wedding is considered in our tradition is a vivaha yajna. It's a vivaha yajna. It's also yajna only. And all the mantras recited there are in the name of Vishnu and Lakshmi. The bride is treated as Lakshmi and the bridegroom is treated as Vishnu. And that's why even the elder father-in-law will actually wash the feet of the bridegroom. Why he does that? He's younger to him. Because at that time he's washing the feet is actually following the tradition. You are Vishnu and I'm giving Lakshmi to you. So Vishnu is highest, so I'm washing your feet. Right? Now we forget all these things become a tradition. So more focused on actual core part, other parts get prominent. But if you are a devotee, none of these are required because you now reach the highest level of understanding. By practicing your devotion, your forefathers will be delivered. Because you are always worshipping the Vishnu and very nice, and you are actually talking to people, of doing the service, feeding them prasadam. That means whatever the scriptures are saying, you made your life, you molded your life in such a way. Everything which you do is for Krishna, and whatever you are doing for Krishna, everybody will benefit from that. So here in the Bhagavatam there is a verse, Devarshi bhutapta nranam pitranam nakinkaro nayam runicha rajan sarvatmanaya sharanam saranyam gato mukundam parihrutya kartam. Anyone who has taken shelter of the lotus feet of Mukunda, the giver of liberation, giving up all kinds of obligation and has taken to the path of all in all seriousness, owes neither duties nor obligations to the demigods, sages, general living entities, family members, humankind, or forefathers. Such obligations are automatically fulfilled by performance of devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So when you are praying to Mukunda sincerely, you are doing your bhakti, naturally all your forefathers will benefit. Because like look at the Prahlad Maharaj. He is born in a demonic family like Hiranyakashipu. He is a Vishnu Dveshi. And he thinks he is superior to Vishnu. And he thought, oh, this Vishnu is not visible, that means he ran away from me. Vishnu is not easily visible to demons. That's the problem with the demon. They think they go to Vaikunta or they go to the doorstep of Vaikunta, but they don't see any of them. Oh, these guys have ran away. But it's just a Maya. Vishnu will cover him. So, okay, why would he give darshan to such a demonic personality? But the demon will think Vishnu ran away. Right? Which is also then Vishnu has to come in a different form to actually kill this demon. So Hiranyakashipu is such a demon. He tortured his kid, Prahlada, unimaginable ways. Right? Though he being a father, just because Prahlad Maharaj is always repeating name of the Vishnu. For everything is called Vishnu. In fact, he didn't even pray to Vishnu saying that please protect me from this, my father. The whole story is like when Hiranyakashipu asks, you are so confident this Vishnu is everywhere. You think is he in this pillar? So immediately Prahlad Maharaj says, yes, he is, with no doubt. And then he strikes the pillar, Hiranyakashipu, out comes with a great roaring personality in half man, half lion, Narasimhadev. And then the Bhagavatam says, wasp means like a small insect. This Narasimhadev caught Hiranyakashipu just like a wasp is caught. And then he kills him. And same Hiranyakashipu tortured so many devatas. So many people are afraid of him. But Narasimhadev just treated him like a wasp. Right? And done. Hiranyakashipu is done. Then, even after that time, Prahlada prays. He asks a boon, he asks Prahlada to ask for something. Prahlada doesn't want anything. But in the end, he says, okay, I have this desire, all these fallen, foolish souls, fallen guys, they don't take your name, they're making so many mistakes. I have only desire that you actually liberate them. And include my dad Hiranyakashipu. Then Narasimhadev smiles and says, yes, your dad is already taken care of, Hiranyakashipu. Look at him, he's already going into the heavenly this side. And then all your forefathers also liberated. And he says, not only you, because of your birth in this family, Prahlada, 7 generations prior, 7 generations later will all be liberated. So that is the power of a devotional service. We have to come to that stage, under the guidance of a spiritual master. We need to cultivate that kind of thing. Then you can say, okay, I don't need to do Shraddha and Sharmi ceremonies, right? But until then, you need to follow. You also have to follow this sometimes. You have to set an example for the next generation. If you don't do these Vedic rituals, your sons, daughters will not understand the importance of this. And they will not be able to tell their kids what is the meaning behind all these things. How many of us can explain, if you do some puja or anything, the meaning behind the puja and why are we doing to our family? We have to know. That's why Prabhupada these discussions in the purports, which is sometimes seem to be, oh, the main verse is this, but why Prabhupada is saying this? Because he wants to make sure that there will be people who just open one verse, read Bhagavad Gita, understand the translation, read the translation, but there are no explanations given. He will think, oh, this is what Krishna says, and he'll form his own opinion how to do that. But the actual meaning can be understood, unpacked only if you read the next couple of verses and next couple of chapters, because it's a progressive text, right? Krishna is giving. So Prabhupada knows there will be people who just read one verse and form their opinion. They will never read the other parts, right? So if they read just one verse, I will give all the knowledge in that one verse in the purport itself, so that you will get a complete understanding, right? But as you read more and more, you will understand, oh, whatever Prabhupada is saying is actually what Krishna is going to say in the later chapters, or what Vyasadeva already said in the Bhagavatam. Prabhupada is bringing all this into this purport for this verse, so that we have this benefit of all points related to this verse. So that's why sometimes he gives Shvetasvatara Upanishad, Mundaka Upanishad, Katha Upanishad, Srimad Bhagavatam, all these quotes he actually gives. Doshair कुलग्नानां वर्णशङ्करकारकैः उत्साद्यन्ते जातिधर्माः कुलधर्मश्च शाश्वताः. By the evil deeds of those who destroy the family tradition, and this give rise to unwanted children, all kinds of community projects and family welfare activities are devastated. Continuing on the same thing, this Varnashankaras, who do not have any knowledge about family traditions and Vedic rituals, everything will be devastated. So community projects means there are welfare activities for all the society members. Like have you heard about in India why so even without name we do Annadana, Vastradana, right? We give so many danas. These are all approved activities under the Vedic rituals, Vedic practices. Now, if you don't believe in God, you say, why should I do all these things? Then naturally these welfare activities will come down, right? It's a self-sustaining welfare activity, by the way. So Vedic society has built all these things, protection. So everybody who is hungry will get prasadam. Anybody who needs to shelter, there is a shelter available. Anybody who needs water, water is available. Anybody needs to wear some dress, the dresses are provided, right? And then the work is also provided. So they engage. There are some certain people will fall into these unfortunate situations. So at an society level, micro level, you have to take care of this. You cannot do this, right? Sitting here, some other country, something is happening, somebody is doing a fundraising and we send the money. We have no idea how the money is going to be utilized. And you also don't know whether the money will be utilized properly there, right? by certain people. So what is our Vedic Dharma? At the village level, as a family unit level and surrounding village level, you make sure that in your village, nearby villages, no such events are taking place. People are living happily. If every village follows the same principle, the whole that nation will be in a good place. So you need to know when you are giving a charity, who is receiving it, what purpose he will be utilizing it, and it is actually going to promote Krishna consciousness or not. These three factors have to be considered. Not just by looking at the GoFundMe, some message, and you moved by the message and give the money. The person, I say, may be a terrorist and currently is going through this, and after he recovers, he may go and kill 10 people. Right? You do not know. I'm sorry, I take an extreme example, but Krishna says charity has to be given to the right person. And Prabhupada says that is to give to a Krishna conscious person who will utilize that charity properly. So you need to always investigate. Otherwise, that whatever the sinful activity going to be committed by that person will come to you as well. Whether you knowingly, unknowingly, it doesn't matter. So you need to always ask this question: will this money be properly utilized? Right? And what purpose? Is the society going to benefit from that? At the minimum society, maximum level is it God conscious activities or not? उत्सन्न कुल धर्माणां मनुष्याणां जनार्दन नरके नियतं वासो भवतीत्य अनुशुश्रुमा. So Anushushruма, again, I heard by disciplic succession. O Krishna, maintainer of the people, I have heard by disciplic succession that those whose family traditions are destroyed dwell always in hell. So Arjuna is a scholar, first of all. He is a Krishna's, apart from Krishna's relative and devotee, he is also a great scholar because he has been taught by Dronacharya. And he has a great lineage coming in the Vyasadeva's lineage, right? So he is very well versed. But, so he had in the disciplic succession. Disciplic succession, Prabhupada used this word many times, bona fide. Like I go to a college only if the college is well recognized. If I'm here is Damodar Prasad University.edu, I'm going to give an MBA degree. Will you come? Nobody will come. Who is this guy? Even if you know me also, you will ask me question, Prabhu, do you really have anything prove that you are actually bona fide university? Right? So, an authority. We trust University of Washington. It's been there for more than 100 plus years. People are coming out of that university and they recognize, so you go to such university. Spirituality is also like that. Anybody can wear a saffron cloth and go around and preach Krishna consciousness. In the name of Krishna, they'll see something. They say something. But you need to ask them, what is your basis, Prabhu? Do you follow Bhagavad Gita? Bhagavatam. He said, no, Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, those are long times, no more relevant here. I am the new Bhagavan here, a new Guru here, right? Here is how to conduct your life, right? These are the principles, just forget all this. When he's not giving the credentials where he has learned from, and those credentials are not valid, you're not supposed to follow or listen from, you have no obligation to listen from such people. Because all our Vedic tradition, very clearly, everyone says who their Guru is, where they learn. And that Guru said who his Guru is. So they always give a lineage, how they are learning this knowledge. And they exhibit that behavior and they tell which book they are following. So we call Sadhu, Shastra and Sangha, the triangle. The Sadhu, the holy man, will follow your book, Shastra, and the people around him are actually following the Sadhu and what the Shastra is saying, and Sadhu is also following that. So all the three have to be like very symbiotic and consistent. If Shastra says something and Sadhu behaves different, then that's a deviation one has to catch and correct it. And Sadhu and Shastra are correct, but Sangha, who is the people around him, they're just doing whatever they want, and that is also not correct. Then you need to move away from that Sangha. Right? So Sadhu, Shastra, Sangha, these three things are always important. The person who is actually teaching, the book on which his teachings are based, and the people who are actually around that holy man. All three things have to be bona fide. You need to check for that. If you're not sure, you don't need to pick a fight with them, just move away from them, such movements. Right? So Prabhupada is always very particular about this word, disciplic succession. And if somebody involved in a sinful activities, because here is Arjuna is saying, if you destroy all these people, whoever the family traditions get destroyed, and they will actually dwell in hell. Because Arjuna heard, oh, I heard, he said. So at this time he is not even saying, I believe in it or not. Because I heard this. So that means he is a sincere comes from a good lineage. He is also sincerely going to follow those rules. Because he is a Kshatriya, he is not going to break it. A Kshatriya has to follow the rules. Right? So when you commit such sinful activities, then there is a prayachitta. So without doing so, one surely will be transferred to hellish planets to undergo miserable lives as a result of sinful activities. Aho bata mahatpapam kartum yavasita vayam yad rajya sukha lobhena hantum swajanam udyataha. Also, alas, how strange it is that we are preparing to commit greatly sinful acts. Driven by the desire to enjoy royal happiness, we are intent on killing our own kinsmen. Now he is bringing the compassion factor, saying that, oh, in the name of getting the royal happiness, winning this kingdom, I am actually now put in a situation where not only me, even the Kauravas, we come here to fight and kill each other. This shows Arjuna's compassion. This shows Arjuna's renunciation. Arjuna is not attached to the royal happiness. Though he is destined and entitled to the kingdom, he is now exhibiting, coming with a compassion, saying, how unfortunate is this? We are actually coming here to kill each other for this royal happiness. So he is always thinking at the material level. Whatever he is doing, he is comparing at the material level. Yadimam apratikaram ashastram shastrapanyah panayah dhatarashtrarane hanyus tanme kshemataram bhavet. Better for me if the sons of Dhritarashtra, weapons in hand, were to kill me unarmed and unresisting on the battlefield. Now he's going the other direction. He's being more compassionate or renunciate, kind of saying, let them kill me, I'm okay. Right? I'm not interested. He's getting disinterested, but it is against the Kshatriya principles. The Kshatriya principle is what? He's a king, he cannot refuse a fight. And at the same time, the cause is also a greater cause here, so he cannot really move away from fighting. He has an obligation to fight and win the kingdom so that he can rule the kingdom properly and everybody will be happy, but he is refusing from that. So now we will listen to Arjuna's further state of mind the next week. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाशदादिशतारिणे नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाशरादिशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Nila Madhav Radha Nila Madhav Radha. Jaya Jagannatha Jaya Jagannatha Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Nita Gauri Bol, Nita Gauri Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol.
ISKCON founder Sri Prabhupada ki Prince Chaitanya Prabhu ne Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktan ki Shri Radha Giri Govardhan ki Vrindavan Dhan ki Mathura Dhan ki Ganga Maya ki Yamuna Maya ki Tulsi Devi ki Bhakti Devi ki Sankirtan Yagna ki Brihad Modan ki Rajbhog Aarti ki Gaur all glories to Samudra all glories to Samudra all glories to Samudra all glories to Shri
Namaste Narasimhaya,
Namaste Narasimhaya,
Prahlad Ladhadayine, Hiranyakashipurvaksham, Shilatankanakalaye, Ito Narsima Parato Narsima, Yato Yato Yami Tato Narsima, Aye Narsima Hridaye Narsima, Narasimha Madhim Sharanam Prapade, Tava Kara Kamalavari Nakam Adbhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringam Keshavadritam Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hari Jai Jagadish Hari Jai Jagadish Hari. Keshavadrita Narari Rupam Jai Jagadish Hari Jai Jagadish Hari Jai Jagadish Hari. Jaya Narasimhadev, Jaya Narasimhadev, Jaya Narasimhadev, Jaya Narasimhadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Vishnu भगवान की, प्रहलाद महाराज की, कृपानंदे.
We'll clean up later. Let's take off blessing. give my phone. You can turn it up to the floor.
Come, 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 sir. Come, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. Come this side. Come this side. Chick. Come this side. Say, come to beach. Come to beach. Arjun. Arjun, come to beach. Come to beach. Arjun, come to beach. Come to beach. Come to beach. Arjun, counting. Come this side. No, Vara.
slide it between the thread without making it like a big piece. If you arrange it in all directions and put another flower on top of it, you don't have to tie it. It comes out very easy. How will the stem stick? Because you're sliding in between two of these things, right? In the thread.
What he's saying is you have one and then branches of it, put
Yeah.
three in between.
No, from all the sides, not one side. Then I think it will. I have a feeling it will stay. I don't know. I didn't try it. I didn't try. I thought we'll try. I thought I will not do it. And
Even
I
for
didn't
them,
do
right?
that.
People call
But then I said, okay, for now I will do it. If it doesn't work, then tomorrow I have to sit down. I might have to do it. So we can just
tomorrow you have school, right?
tomorrow means what I was yesterday. Do it today. Will we use the roses and pendants? Or you want to use it as centerpiece? You know, the film for which you're using that thing. Now I'm finding this so thin.
That's like a real test of bhakti.
But that Krishna Mata, this is this is the best. She uses this. Of course.
She's so versatile with everything, yeah. She's like, whatever she does. I don't know, I mean, there's something that.
No, even this Kavita Mata is so fast. She said, I'll bake a cake and then by the time you turn around, she said, oh, wait. I said, how do you do it? And it is not that she messes the place and comes. She keeps the place also clean. Some people do it very fast, but they mess the whole place.
No, at times I feel I'm pretty fast. I mean, I think compared to others in the family, I think I'm fast. I'm not like overall fast.
So after my hysterectomy was done, I'm just not able to do anything fast. I feel so miserable. I'll be like, taka, I'll get up and I'll do something. Jafu will also say, what is the need to do? So everything, by that time, 8 o'clock, everything is done. that is only I'm thinking. So even on temple I'm thinking.
You know, for me, I don't know, yeah, there's some energy change between Sri Ram and me these days. It's spectacularly does a good job. I don't know, see, I used to call him Chichu when he was born. You know, the Chichu, so I call him Chichu. He got so used to it. Then I realized he has such a beautiful name, I should not call him Chachu Michu and all that. I have to call him by his name. He doesn't like me if I call him by Sri Ram. So I kind of went, called him Ramana. And yesterday my mentor was home with me, satsang, and he said, Rama Nama, continue to be Rama Nama. So I decided to call him Rama. And he started shouting at me, you are crazy. Every day you'll find one home and call me with this and that. If you call me Rama, I'm not going to turn back. And I said, what is your name? That doesn't matter. How did you call me earlier? That's the way it should be. You call me this and that. So yeah, it was twisted. No, that guy is like, anything I do, this is how you call it. You lose it. You listen to this person, you listen to that reel on YouTube or either, and they come and change everything with you.
And Jishnu also says,
Stop telling me.
then I tell you also don't tell me. You also watch YouTube, you Instagram reels, you don't think this is the okay, that is
See,
okay.
I had to come here, okay? I asked him to shower. He didn't do Sangyasana. What did you first do? I'm doing one more present for the.
Here, I took the big one.
So he showered so beautifully. No Sandhya Vandana. Okay, at least forget that. Then I said I have to use my big cup because usually I rectify that Omachi, Kuno and all that one. Because when showers have come, this guy won't do it, so I'll do it one. So I said, come, no, otherwise that will be, I'll get it to you. What will you do? You know, do that, you won't pray to God, right? He didn't do that. After finally he came out. And whatever Naivedya I did, I gave it to him. He sat down to eat. I said, Parama Setya. He's like, you gave me this to eat. Then you want me to go to Parama Setya. What do you want me to do?
Even
Like, what
Vishnu
is-
also talks like that. Say,
No, then I said, what happened to your senses? You have something upstairs, right? What does it say? When I rectify Swami Tanma, you have to go and namaskar, do namaskar, then come and have prasad. Right? He got mad. I got mad. What happened?
nowadays no, I don't. Earlier I used to get angry. I used to same thing with my son. You told me to eat. You told me to so obedient. He's like that. He's clear, okay. Nowadays I have stopped telling him only. I don't even tell him. Said Raghu will say, Raghu don't tell your son anything. He listens to you. I said, how long can I say? Okay, he sees.
I told him, when you write Sri Ram, I said, study, you don't study, I don't care. I want you to write and start your day after your shower, writing Sri Ram. Is that too much to ask? He forgets you're happy.
We tell our son to chant for Vishnu Sahasranam. Okay, I don't want to do. I said, at least you do the Krishna Ashtakam. That also you know. So we taught him Harikrishna song. Please do that. No. He taught him with
These are like,
Sanship Ramayana. Something you do. Everything is forgetting. Yeah.
forgetting that this guy is like defiant with that. Everything. He's like, we both are losers. I have to look what kind of parents I have. Both of them are losers. They keep asking me to do this and do that. And
You
you
go,
go,
even my son will use it. Such losers who are losers.
and I said, let's see what we do. I'm saying, look at this. This got thought, right? Let me tell you, pa, I'm tired of it myself. After that, you could read.
And suppose if I don't plan it more, then in the morning I get delayed.
I get flustered and
That leads
one
to
chain
delay.
reaction, one fight. Because I'm clueless, right? I don't know what to do, how much time is going to take.
And then I have to think what I have to give to my daughter also. She's the most excited.
What's it in the future?
You want to use it? We can use it. We use it all flowers for Lakshmi Narasimha or Hanuman.
So that way you don't have to cut it.
Yeah, that will be okay.
Because if you do the other way,
kill souls. It's not that we.
Shriram
So
also I bet.
now
But Krishna also I bet. When I serve him, I give to Krishna. Serve food, I give to big Krishna. I tell him, please, this is hot.
even
Don't
my
burn your
sister,
tongue. Don't come and tell me later.
even my sister will be like.
I've never paid if I serve him something which is a lot of chili and I'm not okay with it. I try to remove all the chili and all. So I tell him, hey, give it to it, then don't eat it and then don't pay. It's going to be spicy.
I really look at them.
Then he will listen.
He was really thinking. See, because I can see nowadays if you really want food, if you tell me to go and come, but I don't enjoy, I don't like it because I'm so used to eating prasad. I don't enjoy. I'll be eating out of compulsion, but it's not that I desire it.
Yeah, for me that's an exception. I'm like, I just want food. I rightly said, you just voiced my thought, right? When I go to bed, I don't know next day morning what do I eat. And the next, once I finish that, then what do I eat for lunch? And then after that, what do I do for after lunch?
Yeah, same
Oh,
here.
what a dear. Oh,
It is not like that. I have a Russian teacher who works in the school. She said, Sudhishri, whenever I just do my keep cooking, I keep cooking and my husband keeps eating. I'm so tired. I said, your life is also like ours. She said, yeah, what to do? I said, yeah, I have to cook so much. And their husband, so she also has to work her time around her husband, like how the Indian ladies do that. There is a present. Like, what do we think?
it's an exception, right?
No,
It's really
I think Europeans have, they have a lot of cousins, they also work around their husband's schedule. Like, my husband, like how we tell, no, I can't come if my husband, I have to take care of the kids. Like she's very smart and we wanted to give her some more responsibility. She's like, no, I cannot take my husband. Saturday we do not watch Mata, I take my kids. So we then we imagine as well. My husband, next week we will pick.
Just like Krishna will teach me. She's in pink after it.
Pink after pink what?
Yellow. Oh, you keep white for Ram Parivar.
Okay, make this as Ram Parivar garlands. Okay, if you want me to keep white for them, I'll keep it. What do we put next? We'll follow
Same
this four
pattern.
pattern.
Same.
Okay.
Okay, yellow, we should do the Vrindavan. Yes.
because Saturday usually they go to Sankirtan, and Saturday and today's Sunday, right? Sunday they go to Sankirtan. Then in the evening you have a whole lot of we have the Sandhya Aarti and the
There's a
lectures
chance
and
that we check the
so
kitchen once
just
and
check
ask
if
that
Dhananjay
Mataji
Prabhu
there.
is there. Ask them what if there is some initiated devotee or somebody, they can help you because none of us can do that.
No, I understand. That's why I just wanted to check. You can go downstairs after the food and we can check the kitchen first. I'm sure you'll find something. I'll go and check. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You can go from here also. That will lead you directly to the kitchen.
Okay, come.
Yeah, I'm here.
You can take the stairs downstairs.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Don't fall down.
Yeah, baby breath you don't want to put it? Do you think they have more scientific people?
That we have music for all the painters, right? For all the garlands. We have a small garland for each.
Why don't you show him the story? Yeah, he's too small to understand the story.
We can tell him.
Okay, do you want to tell him?
I forgot and I couldn't.
But you can see what's happening in the story. No, come this way. You're not supposed to do this. Samara, come here. You're not supposed to roam alone. You're not supposed to go out of sight.
So I was shocked. So I was watching. I was, yeah, का ही है ना, तो ऐसे ही कोशिश ही नहीं करते, ऐसे ही समझ लेते हैं हम।
नहीं, वो तो अपने आप अंदर से होता है।
पता नहीं, मुझे पता नहीं।
कौन सा उसका मेजर कौन सा है?
वो कंप्यूटर से ही आ जाता है।
सब ठीक है?
चल रहा है बस। आपका माता जी को देता मैंने।
या ये पीछे बैठे हैं, मेरी बेटी और चलो मिलते हैं। हरे कृष्णा।
हरे कृष्ण।
little yellow and all through a light. I said one dark color. I get this or
It's a white yellow purple.
purple. the pink one. No, no, I can use the pink one so it will be a pattern.
ध्यान से ध्यान से क्या कर रहे हो अश्वी? देख के चलो ना आगे कब
system is so intelligent, you
And
watch
then
one
just
completely. Category B. This age she's like this, already You wanna put the? You wanna put this or should Mama do it?
Me.
You? Okay. Yeah, sit up here. You know where to put it. That's okay. Right. I'm gonna put it over here, okay? You okay? You want something to put in there? Ask Papa. You will? Shh. Papa has the money. You will? ना मुझे दे दो चलो मैं कर लेती हूँ
wait.